Welcome back to Wait, Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader. Almost forgot the first bit there. Where last time we spoke to Jay, or rather Jai, Haydari, and learned a bit about him. After leaving Footfall Station, we learned that she was a noble's daughter from the planet Ifrit, somewhere in the Imperium, but she was like the 13th or something in line. So her only, like, worth to the family was to be made to have like a political merit or something, which she did not want for herself. So she basically found a way to smuggle herself off of her home world. After which she became a smuggler, finding her way to eventually finding her way to Footfall, and getting into the cold trade of Xeno artifacts, of Xenotech, and yeah, basically her backstory, really. We flirted a little bit with her, began courting her, and she seemed quite amused by our attempts, and kind of asked for a gift of some kind. So we then proceeded to speak to all of our companions to see what kind of gift suggestions they might have. Heinrich was like, yeah, get her a cool weapon. She'll probably like that. Argenta was like, I don't fucking know, get her some jewelry or some shit. Cassia was like, make a poem for her, like a heartfelt poem. And I'm like, okay, that's pretty cute. Abelard was like, maybe get her some flowers. He seemed sad about the question. Because again, we suspect man was crushing on Theodora, and she dead now. Adira was like, get her the fanciest dress. Pascal was like, get her basically get her an exorcism. Happy anniversary, I'm working, so can't stick around, but congrats on 6 years. Yeah. Hello, Kayla. Have a good day at work. Don't die. Thanks for stopping by. I hope work goes uneventfully. And yeah, back the summer. Pascal basically told us to have Jay get exercised because she has committed crimes against the Omnissiah, basically. So his response was pretty funny. Yeah, aside from that, we then started to truly explore the Coronis Expanse. As we went out to the Expanse's map, leaving the Footfall Station, or Furibundus system, I believe it's called, as we started learning how space travel works, which is basically just like, you click a button, find new warp travel routes. Those routes have like different tiers of difficulty. You got like a green, yellow, orange, red, basically being like different levels of difficulty, or I guess basically like the more likely there is to have a random encounter. That's basically what that means. Yeah, we started exploring as we went to the first closest one we saw, which was a little system called Omicron. Yeah, we entered that system, warp traveled to it, and found some pirates that attacked us, or rather that we attacked. Yeah, we defeated them, and then learned that ships can level up as well. That was interesting. Yeah, from there we explored. Like, you basically went around scanning planets, lock down like what they call like mobile extractiums on them to like gather resources from them, and then you can use those resources for the newly introduced contract mechanics, of which we picked one, which was basically the Lord Inquisitor being like, "Hey, I need some plasteel." And I'm like, "All right." And gave him some plasteel because that was the resource we got on that one planet we scanned. And yeah, after that, we went over to the next system, which we did have like a random event, but I don't remember what it was. Yeah, no, I can't remember what it was. Anyways, after whatever that random event that I can't remember was, we entered the system and found like a space like void ship Hulk, like that's kind of been derelict, and we had to go in and see what was going on there, as we found that it was basically a Adeptus Mechanicus ship that had, as we explored, there was some weird warp shit going on, and there were some mad tech priests out and about. After wending our way through the side passage of the ship, we eventually found a generator that was in like a little cloud of poison gas, toxic gas, and then we had to solve like a little puzzle regarding some like pressure valves, as we had to get the right combination of them activated to reach a certain pressure level. And after doing that, the gas disappeared. We turned on the backup generator, and as we started making our way back towards the main hallway, that there were some combats, which were really annoying and tedious, because there were these like little speaker things called Heralds of Corruption, and they would, like, every turn each one would give their allies in a certain radius like a whole shitload of temp HP that basically made them effectively immortal, because I wasn't dealing enough damage, and they were really annoying to hit. Yeah, after eventually defeating those, we continued on, came across another room that had 4 of those fucking Heralds of Corruption. That one was even more fucking tedious, and had some really awkward positions, but we eventually managed to mow down those and like the mad tech priests and servitors and shit, and make our way back to the main hall, where there was like these big old doors that I didn't even check initially, as I just assumed they were locked, and interacted with the big doors, and it was like, yep, these are locked, and you're gonna need to activate the backup generator to do that. I'm like, I already did it, and we opened them up, and inside we found a chamber of like these mad tech priests kind of worshiping this giant console that had another tech priest kind of embedded into it, like connected up to it, and like this guy like Tiberius something or other, was like, I am the filter preventing the corruption from spreading, and then we're like, hey, dude, you've already fallen to the corruption, man. And like pointing that out to him just kind of made him have a moment of clarity. And right after that, a big, huge, like, Forge Fiend, I think it was called, like a little machine flesh entity that was like giant. I think it's basically the Adeptus Mechanicus equivalent of like a Imperial Knight, which are like these big old mech things. But a corrupted form of it kind of crashed through a wall and started attacking us. And we fought it, defeated it. Every time we attacked it, it would like kind of have a counter attack, basically. So that was pretty scary. Jay went down. And yeah, after that, after defeating that, all was well. And Tiberius, good old Tiberius, now clear, his mind clear, passed on from his wounds. And yeah, after that, we left the ship and made our way to the next system. That one, we kind of were like, that one, we found a planet that a bunch of refugees from Lord Winterscale's, like Rogue Trader Winterscale's domain, had entered and been dropped off at. And we had like a little storybook vignette scene where basically from the perspective of like these, like this Order of the Hammer, they were called, like these like monastery of people living on the planet Foulstone, which is kind of like a like, I want to say it was like a step planet, so like just endless steps and whatnot. And yeah, basically, the refugees had been dropped off there by their captain, under the guise of like, yeah, we're just like here to like resupply and stuff. And then the captain just fucking dipped. Like, they just took the ship and dipped, leaving the refugees on the planet. Those refugees like came to the monastery, kind of clamoring for shelter and food and stuff. And as the Order of the Hammer kind of came out, offering them food and stuff, some brawls happened, which led to which made the Order of Hammer go like, oh shit, they're hostile, and bring out a bunch of their guards and start slaughtering them. And then we arrived, and yeah, we basically were like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? And they told us their stories. It was effectively what I just said. And we're like, I have come to a decision, and I picked the Iconoclast's decision, which was being like, I will, like, the refugees and by extension the monastery of Foulstone are now under my protection. Cooperate or else, basically. And yeah, the Order of the Hammer then basically just got a bunch of supplies and they started building a city, basically, for the refugees. And that city is now a colony for us. And as we were introduced to the colony mechanics, as basically we can engage in a number of projects to, I guess, expand and determine that, like, change the stats of our colonies. And each colony has like an efficiency, a security, and a complacency stat. And yeah, our initial three projects were like, one was to like have some followers of Saint Drusus come in, but the caveat with that was like the monks didn't really like that idea, because Saint Drusus was another saint, as these monks kind of followed Saint Cognatius or something like that. That's why I'm like, no. Um, Another option was basically, what was it? Oh, like handing it over to the ecclesiarchy for like administrating it. So like, it would become like a holy world. Um, there's the Adeptus Ministorum, or yeah, the Adeptus Ministorum like doesn't really have a major like foothold in the Coroner's expanse. I'm like, nah. And the third option was to build a giant twin statue of myself and the God Emperor of mankind in like the town square, and basically, directly oversee it. And or I guess like have it basically be a direct part of the Von Vilankius directorate. I picked that one. And then that kind of showed like the next tier of things, but we have to kind of wait for that first project to finish. Yeah, so colonies. We get to make little planetary colonies. Yeah, after establishing that colony, we left and went on to the next closest system, which had a bunch of pirates in it that we attacked. Hello H, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the happy shrimp anniversary wishes. It was technically on Sunday, but I don't stream on Sundays. But yeah, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah. After that, we fought off some pirates, and we're introduced to like torpedo mechanics, which is basically just like little thingies that chase after our ship, trying to hit us. Very easy to avoid. Yeah, after that, there was there's a planet that had an event on it, that actually required like party exploration, and that's kind of where we stopped. And so we continue. We continue. Right. All right. Augurs Anonymous. I like. Yeah, I can, but this overrides it. Just want to see what like. Ooh. Yikers. Kind of need him. Oh, Jay has eye. Thank yous. But I like Pascal. Bring a Dero with us. Ooh. Bottomless pit. It's called. That's not spooky. Lord Captain. The servitor's mechanical parts produce quiet whirring, occasionally interrupted by clicking. This makes an attack with the current weapon against an enemy This attack cannot miss and deals 50% more damage. It also deals additional damage equal to 25% of the target's missing wounds. The assassin's dodge reduction, armor penetration, and parry reduction are doubled for this. Neat. Ready for your orders. Inside the containers are the remnants of stones and frescoes depicting a black spot surrounded by structures of some sort. Interesting.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Oh, that's spooky. That got all distorted. The barely noticeable words in shaky handwriting read, "Touch the darkness, and the darkness will accept you." That's spooky.
What lies beyond?
Hmm? Rudimentary tools and devices are now covered in a layer of dirt and local flora. The surface bears the marks of determined and protracted effort. Someone made dozens of scratches, which chaotically intersect and at different angles without any order or logic. Those clearly look like words. Well, I very obviously failed that skill check. We're gonna save Scum. Hee hee.
As it should be.
Yep. As it should be. The surface is covered in countless scratches, and you can discern some logic in them. Someone began by scratching strange symbols and then defacing them, adding extra marks and lines.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Can't get to it.
Operation successful.
It's weird. My mind is completely empty. Not a single whisper. No premonitions. Nothing. Just empty. That's interesting. The witch's mind is at ease. I must be doubly on guard. Oh, there we go.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Items and stuff we're not highlighting here.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Leon Himmerfeld's field diary. It has been several months since we arrived here, and yet we are no closer to understanding the local phenomenon. All that we were able to learn quite literally lies on the surface. The object does not reflect sound or light. On the contrary, it very much absorbs them. After extensive excavation, we did ascertain, at least, that the object is vast and goes deep below the planet's surface. However, any attempt to measure it resulted in loss of machinery or staff. Archaeological studies have turned out to be more productive. Their findings have revealed an amalgamation of architectural styles of various cultures, including those of Xenos origin. According to the boldest theories, the earliest of these structures date from the beginning of the 30th millennium, and all of them are, without a doubt, of a religious nature. There's more. Analysis of base release, uh, and remaining epigraphic texts show that a cult was formed around the object. For many centuries, Xenos and subsequently humans worshipped the object in exchange for certain boons, undoubtedly imagined by primitives or corrupted minds.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Despite these ancient cogitators are long dead. Despite this, the covers of the machines are still intact. It seems unlikely that the inner parts were ruined by the elements, so they could still prove useful. Numerous ropes and cables end abruptly at the very edge of the pit, vanishing into the gathering darkness.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Staff of Mind Sight. Vision of Death. Root of the Staff, power level 12. Gains the Vision of Death ability. This ability is also available in its Heroic Act and Desperate Act. 15 willpower, 10 perception. Power level affects the damage of this power, and we suffer a -10 penalty to all resistance checks against psychic powers of the telepathy discipline used by the wielder. You don't have telepathy, do you? She's got... Or no, she does, I think. You do, I think. I knew which one was which. Oh yeah, she does have to. There we go. Sick.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Room Reverser, hello, older brother games. How you doing? Welcome in. We're about to leap into a black pit. It's been 6 years, man. The darkness swirls beneath your feet, a void of impenetrable gloom. You do not hear a single sound from the depths of the pit. No wailing wind, no rustle of dust. Examine. The bright daylight cannot pierce the darkness lying over the slopes. The longer you look into its depths, the stronger the feeling grows that this darkness isn't just an absence of light. It is something immeasurably vast, endless, capable of reaching the farthest stars or swallowing a galaxy. Through sheer force of will, you avert your gaze. Creepy. Adira tilts her head to the side, listening to something. Then she scowls and spits on the ground. Grox knows what it is. It's beyond my remit. Lean over and stretch your hand into the darkness. What can go wrong? At the edge of your consciousness, you sense something slimy and intangible answering. Your invitation for contact. It seeps into your thoughts, tasting your emotions. Surprise and curiosity envelop you, but these feelings are not your own. 25% chance. Dominated. Whew! We did it. Bleep bloop. The not so bottomless pit. You subdued the pit, was the achievement. You feel your way to the barely tangible edges of the entity's consciousness, separate it from yourself, and squeeze it until it is reduced to the size of a bead. The entity trembles, trying to break free of your mental grasp. Surprise, rage, elation, and fear replace one another. After a while, the entity stabilizes, but the moment you loosen your grip, it escapes, leaving behind a piece of itself inside your mind. What the fuck does that mean? Like, check your armors and stuff. Okay, okay. Single attacks with bolter weapons automatically hit the target. Ayo? 10 fellowship plus 10 commerce. Screw that. Agnosticator. Think about what should. That. And that was really good at commerce. Yes, it was. Plus 5 fellowship, 10 commerce. Okay. Black impenetrable darkness carries on with its silent existence. Alright, I guess we leave now. Your ladyship? I think we will find out the consequences to that later. Right. Next system. Boing. Oh. The Emperor's palm. Archetypes 0%. Alright. Deadly Quartz. Lord Captain, I hasten to report disturbing news brought to me by the machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. See, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you'll allow, I have prepared a detailed report. Deliver your report. First incident occurred immediately after our departure from Murloc 5. The Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions, and the void ship was thrown off course. For a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits enough for them to start fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to express extreme emotions: hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird cost a hefty sum, but I have failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was also told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal. Alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Warsarian directly. Things are even worse with J. Hidari. I intercepted a Voxcast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end that Kasha if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation, for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. Stranger among her own. Alright, during that. Called down for dinner, so we are gonna take a break. Boop. 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 I am back. I had burritos for dinner. It was pretty good. Leftovers, you know. I do wonder how that makes sense. Anyways. Oh, this is Janice. Oh, something's happening on the void ship. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I mean, hey, we'll be on the bridge, so I guess we can talk to Cassia while we're at it. After whatever this is. 100%. There we go. My bedroom. Jai is intently rifling through your possessions and does not notice you. Or she pretends not to notice you. Jay, it's a pleasure to see you in my quarters, notwithstanding whatever nefarious purpose has brought you here.
Shireen, there you are. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, well, whipping around, Jay gives you a dazzling smile and says, bold as brass. There we go. Yeah, well, what are you doing here?
Sating a hunger greater than any bodily appetite. My curiosity. You see, a person's face, their clothes, their manner is all just a mask. Smoke from the lips of a fire breather designed to hide the truth. But the contents of chests and cupboards, they are the reflection of the soul, in which the wise can glimpse another's heart. I have been wondering what kind of person you truly are.
Smooth excuse. Just landing on my foot from eating. Alright, so you're not trying to rob me?
Shireen, you besmirch my heart with the black ink of bitterest insult. If you do not trust me, search me.
A mischievous smile. Jay presents her body for your inspection, spreading her arms wide. You know you can simply ask for what you want and you'll get it, right? Is this some kind of game? You want me to search you? You know, here's the thing, right? I don't know whether these top options are going to, you know, progress or not. These ones definitely seem like they're going to progress. Not sure about these ones. I guess we shall see. No, you can simply ask for what you want and you'll get it, right?
What if I don't like asking?
Jay laughs. A challenge in your eyes. Some kind of game.
Everything in our lives is a game, Shireen. We play, we are played. Without games, everything would be so unbearably dull.
You want me to search you? Ooh. Uh-huh. Hug.
How else am I to prove my innocence, Shireen?
Oh my. Oh my. Check if Jai is hiding anything in her jacket. Plunge your fingers into her mane of dark hair where she could be hiding anything. Yep. Uh-huh. Sure. Run your hands over her jacket in search of hidden items. Give her the head pats. I like how the camera angle also just keeps changing. Oh my god, the little... Stop it. like little hand gesture. Jay's hair slips between your fingers like silk. Smells of flowers and scorching desert sand. Her eyes drift close in pleasure. She likes the head pats. She likes head pats.
Keep going, Sherry. You will strike lucky yet.
Jacob J is hiding anything in her jacket. Feel the heat of her skin. Jai, who tries to hide the way her breath hitches, accepts your touch and smiles faintly.
Thank you. I loved the gift, Sherry.
Your fingers brush against something warm. You take out a tiny decorative wooden box that usually sits on display in your quarters. You open it and find a note folded inside that says, "Thank you." Jade looks into your eyes, smiling. Up to the gift, Sherry. Hold on. Yeah?
Everything the Rogue Trader desires.
Boo boo. Like, what will you give me in return? And then they fucked. Yep. So it's true that what they say about rogue traders. Oh. They actually did fuck. Medea plus a J has been carved into the headboard with a knife. That was kind of cute. How romance with a rogue should be. Kind of regret the fact that I didn't pick the second option, because they were both like go through the jacket, but one was definitely a whole lot more intimate.
You have my complete attention.
Lord Captain,
I heard you and Cassia exchange words recently. What happened?
and who brought this piece of news to you, I wonder? Then again, I have nothing to hide from you. Of late, the helmsmen have been going off course with increasing frequency, and the reports are full of contradicting accounts. The problem continued, even after several demotions were handed out, so I took it upon myself to investigate.
Uh-huh.
I was astonished to learn that our Lady Navigator has been amending entries in the ship's log, and the officers have been keeping silent on her orders. I immediately demanded an end to the outrageous conduct, and I reprimanded Lady Cassia in front of the officers. She greeted my words with silence, and then quickly departed. I should not have acted thus. I never even found out what drove her to do it.
Probably distracted by something.
Lord Captain.
You got no complaints? Oh, what are they talking about this time?
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored with our little talk, Shireen?
I heard you had a falling out with Cassia. You going to kill her?
So, Vigdis is snooping in on my Vox line. I wasn't threatening your navigator. I didn't even think about it. I was just relaxing in the good company of fragrant Amasak, sweet-scented Laho, and a handful of new friends from the upper decks. And right in the middle of the fun, the lady navigator swoops in and starts jabbering about how her head is about to split from the cacophony of colors coming from our cabin.
It grins crookedly and shrugs.
Long story short, Shireen, I had the misfortune of getting a taste of what your officers have been going on about. They say when the Orselio girl becomes upset, everyone in the vicinity loses their minds and is overtaken by Aji. And it hurt like anything. I can only remember everyone huddling in a corner, wailing like klaxons. As for Cassia, I think Cassia was flustered by the state of our clothes, which were very meager back then, as you understand. Before I could get my bearings, the porting was gone. The whole situation was awkward. As for the threats, they were addressed to one of the girls I'd been foolish enough to invite to our little party. That Casra used the confusion to pilfer a full pouch of the Laho from under my nose.
Yeah. A common form of recreational stimulant that consists of a rolled paper stuffed with a plant-derived substance. Ah, yes. When lit, this substance emits smoke and is inhaled through the tube. I see. So did I just confess to having an orgy on my ship? Is that what just happened? Please refrain from having orgies on my ship.
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
You need a permit for that.
The Omniscient knows.
Alright. Vigdis. How you doing, Vigdis? Voxmaster is looking at you differently. Even the static coming from the Vox speaker sounds especially loud and nervous today. Look around the bridge. An inexplicable tension has gripped not only Vigdis, but also seemingly the rest of the officers. They stand frozen, their eyes glued to you. Cassia notices your gaze and hastily turns away, shrinking back as if trying to disappear. Voxmaster, has something happened? We just had a ship-wide broadcast. What happened? Yes? There was a ship-wide broadcast while you and Mistress Hadari were relaxing. I mean, there was a broadcast of your relaxation activities. So, what did you make of it? The entire ship heard you carrying on with Mistress Hadari, Lord Captain. We weren't spared any details, the grunts, the moans, the gas, and all the other non-regulation activities. Uh-huh. I can do it. That troll. Hold on. I want to see if we can catch. I want to see if we can catch whatever causes that. Now I'm curious. And before we don't get that random man anymore. Oh no, we still do. Maybe. Maybe. Sly little fox. Of course she would do something like that. Wee, speaking.
Shireen, there, sating a hunger. Shireen. Whatever.
Another hug.
How else am I to prove my innocence? Keep going, Shireen. You will strike lucky yet.
Run your hands over her jacket in search of hidden items. I do love the music in this game, though. As your hand slides down from Jay's shoulder, she leans into your touch slightly and places her hands at your waist, turning the inspection into something closer to an embrace.
Thank you. I loved the gift, Shireen.
Okay, so you just get the two options.
Everything.
Okay. Really are brilliant at whatever you turn your hand to. Wink. Alright.
Lord Captain? And who brought... I was astonished to learn... Lord...
May the Exalted One protect you. So, long story short, Shir.
I'm just gonna see what happens if I do this first.
Greetings.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
I have heard rumors that you are not getting along well with the crew. Panic flashes in her ruby red eyes, and your heart starts beating a little faster while your hands go cold.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Let us go to my study. No one will disturb us there.
Then lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
Okay. And the voice acting gone. What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to you your unfounded accusations about my conflicts with the crew. Cannot recall my having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. You've been willfully changing entries in the ship's logbook and forbidding officers from reporting it to Abelard. I beg to differ. I read numerous books on Astra Nataris and can swear on House Orsilio's honor that your officers are entering data in complete contravention of regulation. False terms, random distances between lines, spelling mistakes in even the simplest of words. I have spent the last few cycles correcting the latest log entries, and I thought it would please Master Abelard, as he is so fond of order. And yet the Seneschal did not appreciate my efforts, and for some reason called them an outrage, even though mere days before he had been swaddling me in warm yellow words. I notice all your people do this when they are expressing sympathy. I merely wanted to repay the seneschal with the same courtesy. Perhaps he finds my friendliness off-putting? Oh no. Oh no, this is just gonna be a whole series of misunderstandings. Probably because she's a mutant. And the Imperium is super racist. You must have had quite the falling out with Jai, if she is threatening to kill you. Fasta's ruby eyes become round, and an unbidden flush suffuses her pale face with a rosy tint. We didn't. I didn't. That is private business. The issue was between me and Lady Jai. Lord Captain, please pay no heed. We made our peace long ago, and I will have you know, no one threatened me. Information is incorrect. The messenger you rebuked butchered his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. Ah, I think I remember. A kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers with too much rotten ochre on his shoulders. I grew tired of the disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He did not come the next day, or ever again, really. Oh no. During the warp voyage, you gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel shifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. I saw something in the warp, something vast, predatory, shimmering with indescribable colors. It came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes, right there in our path. I decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster escaping maw? Okay. The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else do you want from me? Will I be assigned a pariah chaperone? Or will you put me in suppressing shackles? Do you mind telling me why you needed 100 species of birds and what you use them for? Admittedly, I am at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird. But he never asked for clarification, and shortly before we left, I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited, I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner, but the stupid birds would not stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I do not think I want to keep pets anymore. Cassia, you need to learn how to communicate with people. Will you share your thoughts with me? There's good reason to fear you. You're truly a monster. Forbid you to leave the chambers unless you have a kind soul, but have difficulty reaching out to people. I could teach you the art of communication if you would like. You have done terrible things, but I would not presume to lecture a person of noble blood. Woe dogs your steps, but we'll find a way to defeat them, I promise. Everyone who has dared to slander you will be punished. Girl. Need to learn how to communicate. I could teach you the art of communication if you like. That would be wonderful. My education on Yurok 5 was cut short, but I had realized by then that the wisdom of books is a poor substitute for the wisdom of experience. Very well. Since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Cassia hesitates and continues with a less confident tone. Do not mistake me. I am not going to accuse you of anything. It's just that you are the most worthy interlocutor on the entire ship, and you are always so busy. What would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Pisceus de Mobius very recently, who claimed that subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one unless the old one had been a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the lowborn rabble will become deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What do you make of that? Oh, wow. We just going straight into philosophy, huh? All right. Your interpretation of this classical text is not entirely correct. If the subjects have grown accustomed to the ruling house, all the sovereign must do is refrain from breaching long-standing traditions. Adjust unwanted laws as gradually as you would shift the bed of a flooded river, and no one will ever take your power from you. On the contrary, the loyalty of subjects can be bought at a pittance. Lower a tax, throw them a festival, or feed the needy. A gracious gesture once every cycle will exalt you in the eyes of the rabble as if it were his own blessing. Oh, it has always been my opinion that subjects expect two things from their sovereign: to abuse power and to bless their babies. Succeed at both, and boring essays become unnecessary. Huh. Hmm. Grown accustomed to the ruling house, all the sovereign must do is refrain from breaching long-standing traditions. Let's see. Adjust unwanted laws as gradually as you would shift the bed of a flooded river, and no one will ever take your power from you. Use power and to bless their babies. Succeed at both, and boring essays become unknown. I like that one. Yes, people expect two things from politicians: abuse of power and just theater. Okay. Also like the big wordy one. Uh, Guys, I cannot help but smile a little. Please don't, Lord Captain. I was expecting a serious conversation, but you are joking. I hope you will give a proper answer to my second question. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Oistak Istefan, the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers or be magnanimous and choose awe? I'm not afraid of acquiring a reputation for ruthlessness. I would rather crush a rebellion than condone one. Is that not the greater mercy in the end? I will exercise restraint and lenience in my actions. Excessive suspicion and mistrust harden the hearts of people and turn them against one another. One must be a tyrant, a friend, and a jester to one's subjects. What matters is that to clearly discern which role is required at a given moment. I exercise restraint and lenience in my actions. Excessive suspicion and mistrust harden the hearts of the people and turn them against each other. There is so much power in your words, power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. I admit I was afraid that we were too different, and yet you helped me realize that I can be candid with you. Oh, please do continue. I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden the house has placed upon me. I feel I am not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day and not stoop under all the weight. It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty towards prosperity by worthy means. My duty, whether I like it or not. This inner turmoil is clouding your judgment. My protectorate, my subjects, my title are mere resources that I'm using solely for my own ends. Prosperity by worthy means. Thank you for your patience, Medea. You're helping me to see the world in different colors. A novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I am heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. Good talk. Good talk. And it's gone. Critical task. Oh. Nice. Oh. And dispatch. I like that you can level them up when you're outside of the cutscenes. Or not cutscenes, missions on the void ship. There we go. I got there eventually. Trying to think whether she was like always iconoclastic or dogmatic, I mean. I wonder if we're gonna get like another heretical. I'm surprised Heinrich isn't like super dogmatic. And she seems like she'd be iconoclastic. I'm guessing the ones who don't have a thing, like, will have the opportunity to, like, influence through their, like, story quests. Apparently, most the most fanatic of people. All right. Save after that. Would your ladyship like to hear my report?
Words cannot describe how
Greetings.
Lord Captain. Alright. What broadcast? Some kind of joke? He just puts a hand to her chest and says compassionately, I would not have dared, nor even thought of mocking your ladyship in such a shocking manner. I confess, I, too, was astounded by what was happening. A hysterical giggle comes from the side. Adira is clamping her mouth shut, but she cannot stop herself. Sabotage or criminal negligence? It was neither, Lord Captain. The Vox broadcast was initiated from inside your chambers by someone who was present there. I suppose, if it wasn't you, it must have been Mistress Haydari. I am unauthorized to terminate such broadcasts, except, a treacherous note creeps into Vigdis's, voice, resembling a suppressed chuckle, except in cases where they explicitly jeopardize the safety of the vessel and her crew. And, who heard it? Everyone did. The entire vessel. Oh, no. The entire vessel knows that I fuck. Shit. With the exception of deck 18 Est. The Vox relay there happened to be out of order at the time. Ravor's nonchalant remark causes someone to choke in a poor attempt to suppress a chuckle. So, what did you make of the broadcast? Everything up and up? Victus's eyes grow wide. Extraordinary, your ladyship. As the father of a rather large family, I can assure you that you have upheld the name of your dynasty, your ladyship. Thanks, Abelard. Thank you for confirming that I am virile. This feat meets the high expectations placed on the God Emperor's envoy in every sense of the word. Oh, God, I'm just waiting for Heinrich's response. I need to know. Anarch's comment bursts the dam. There is an anarchic uproar on the bridge. Your officers, who are not often exposed to such entertainment, are no longer able to contain the tempest of emotions swirling inside them. There will be no further discussion of this incident. Forget everything you heard. I will receive the report and exile myself to Deck 18 EST. It seems to be the only place where I can find peace now. I will live amongst the rabble of Deck 18. Out of shame. I have a question for my beloved girlfriend. Her triumphant smile is as good as any confession. Here is the orchestrator of your unwitting performance. Shireen, I am eager to please. The smuggler's perfectly innocent expression is admirable in its own way. Please tell me why. Report received, Mr. Sadar. Hey, you minx, you could have warned me. He smashes a smile. Where would be the fun in that? Aside from this incident, nothing worthy of note occurred during the watch, Lord Captain. At these words, the feverish excitement gripping the bridge officer begins to slowly dissipate. My personal log states that the ship's Vox system is malfunctioning. Can you explain? Lord Captain. The Vox Master is caught off guard by your question. It takes her a moment to find her words. The Vox system is functioning as expected, and no communication problems have been reported by any of the crew. Please allow me to check the system's calibration setting in your presence to alleviate any concerns you may have about its performance. The Voxmaster's thin fingers dart between hundreds of wires and cables on a control panel. Flipping switches and turning dials, she issues commands and methodically checks the lines of communications with the crew on every deck. At last, accompanied by the sound of static, the crackling of the Vox, and the flickering of signaling lights, the dance of her hands concludes. All finished, Lord Captain. No issues detected. System is working as expected. She studies your face as she awaits your response. Thank you for your service, Mistress Tullivan. Lord Captain, she offers an unusually deep bow, likely using it to mask her confusion. Huh? What? Manufacturing complex is reporting complete recovery of the fire. What just happened?
You have my completed...
Why did the screen go black for a second?
Lord Captain,
What happened?
May the Exalted One protect.
Alright. Else seems to have anything to speak about? Ooh, bunch of new Pillars of Viridus, Mundus Nilius, Muro 79, the Nameless Star, Forgotten Twins. Okay. Telecos Epsilon. Let's see what is here. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, the parameters of this system match those of Telecos Epsilon, home to the agri-world Janus that belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. We have received a Vox message from the planet. The agri-world's governor officially welcomes the Rogue Trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Your subjects are looking forward to your visit. Excellent. World Shapers. The agri-world Janus is a key source of food for planets in the Von Valancius system. Alright. Let's explore the rest of the system first. Ooh, pretty. I love gas giants, dude. Gas giants look so fucking cool. I'm just like so glad that there's also like, ooh, Ice World. That there's no like time passage. Lady Theodora loved frozen worlds. I never did discover the reason why. But the Lord Captain never missed a chance to visit such a planet, even on the slightest pretext. Still have no idea how I'm supposed to get more of those, so I'll hold on to it for now. Ooh. Added to the world of the expanse. The jungle. Okay. Governor Viat. Oh, I leveled up at some point. I don't know when. Grants 1 additional AP on the 20th rank. Sick. Alright, let's get my Fellowship up. My Fellowship of the Ring up. Archetype operative or officer. Alright. Oh, everyone gets 1 AP. Nice. Get perception up for now. Oh, he gets like another thing as well. Well, wearing heavy armor. He doesn't have heavy armor. I think. Based on intelligence instead of fellowship. Only really need that for my main character. Or those types of skills, really. Alright, what do I want to get? Breaking point? What's this? Heavy weapons deal +2 damage and ignore 2 deflection. +2 maximum damage. I forget his like usual like origin ones give him like a lot of like plasma and melta stuff, I think. Movement points, 15 bonus to parry. Enemy server minus against laser weapons. 4 max damage, 10% dodge. Of the character's level rounded up. Wait, he has been getting like pretty fucked recently. Like flamer, heavy flamer, or hand flamer. He doesn't have the strength for heavy armor. What does this do again? Mainly combat any target surrounded by more allies than enemies. Receives +10 weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Give him this. Buddy do be getting that. Okay. Give you that. Be a little bit easier for you to hit things. Fellowship, ballistic. Unknown. What did that even mean? Fellowship. Tankier. Hey, 69 HP. Let's fucking go. Be ballistic. You. Option? Yeah, we'll go with agility. Character's biography is not available. Yeah, why is Cassia's thing the only one that's not available? Weird. Alright, anyway. Hard save. Who do we want to bring with us? Trying to think. We didn't need to bring anyone with us in particular, if I remember correctly. In that case, bring this party. Ooh. Oh. Who was that sniper? Fancy looking lady. A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. Oh gosh. He's one of them nobles. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house Vayat Ab Abraham. My name is Vistenza Janos Vayat Ab Abraham Afkaranas. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of the rogue trader Theodora von Valancius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. Vistenza Vayat raises her head slightly. Vistenza Vayat turns to Abelard, and greetings to you, noble Bursarium. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I'm glad to see you again. It is a good sign when a rogue trader's seneschal does not visit a subject planet for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady Vayat? It means the governor is taking care of all matters and there is no need for the seneschal to interfere. Vistenza lets out a musical laugh. I hear praise in those words and I thank you for them. She turns once again to you. In truth, your arrival in the place of the esteemed Lady von Valancius is quite unexpected. admit it, you are awed to behold such an illustrious figure whose fame has spread as far as the backwater that is Cornus Expanse. Theodore von Valankis is dead. I am now the head of the dynasty. I hope my coming in Theodore's stead has not disappointed you too much. Theodore von Valankis is dead. I am now the head of the dynasty. Such tragic news. I will see to it that the planet observes a month of mourning.
For Yanas!
Rebel! Oh. Love me some rebels, dude.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise! The Emperor is with us!
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's one of those cherub things. Alright. Anyways. I mean, honestly, we're kind of good there. I don't think we even could, change stuff. Pascal, you're the one who needs toughness nowadays. Establish these. I wish I understood how that works. To make sure pocket shots. Whatever. Argenta, sick 'em. Okay. Alright, now sick 'em.
High momentum.
Okay. Already at that, huh?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Just casually walks.
I am his will made manifest. Faith without deed.
Hell yeah.
Doubt is for the weak.
I love Argenta, dude. She's so overpowered, man.
I'll do it.
Yeah, get a Warden. Kaboom? Sniper. Ripper Rebel. On, ooh, sharpshooter. Want to take that guy out. Alright. If I move you here, are you able to see there? Yes, you are. What if I do this? fight each other. Man.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Come on in. Poison's fine. I mean, they kind of blocked themselves of that, though.
Reading damage to bulk.
Uh, Then who's the next Grenadier? Can't see him.
High momentum.
And he makes several attacks. Can't really do anything. Blood.
It will be done. I will do my duty. Target well struck.
All right.
What did
James, another one. Schemes within schemes.
Okay. Ah.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Or can act. Oh. Is this do? Orchestrated firestorm. All allies, including Master, that have line of sight to any enemy inside the selected zone.
I'll show you why navigators are feared. Oh, a predictable that.
Cool.
Step by step, I lead.
I will endure.
My buddy. I go like that. Oh yeah.
Battlefields
all
are
this way.
always drowned in scarlet.
Oh yeah. Time for y'all to get fucked. They made the saves.
Me,
Time to fuck each other up then.
if you insist, Lord Captain.
Wow. Wow. We're fucking losers.
It's nothing.
That literally was done. Ouchie. Alright, what does this do again? Test fails, target suffers psychic staff plus psychic psi rating plus 30% of the target's current wounds, mental damage. And so. There we go. Oh yeah, much better damage.
On it.
Well, then they just like basically destroy themselves going into that.
My vow is to serve.
Right.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
It will be done. Indeed.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Running binary override. High momentum.
Alright.
No matter the cost.
Can't seem to go that way.
Just a minor setback. An exemplary strike.
Very good. So close.
Let's see.
You up.
Through the smoke and gunfire.
Oh. Really? Could've done that first, I guess.
As the Emperor commands, I
Very
act.
lame.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Very not hog.
To the heretics!
Nice. They both just exploded. Love that. Come on
Emperor,
out.
give me strength.
Thank you. Do we have any friends? Blood. Really? Going after that?
But of course,
Nice.
Request approved.
Ramp. That. This. And then this.
Reduced to dust.
Your ladyship, Emperor preserve us, are you alright? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenliness among the wardens of every world we visit. Pascal's vox, quiet at first, is booming with fury at the end of his remark. Pale greatness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for our well-being, and yet he fears for his own even more. I am fine. Can't say the same for the attackers. You should all be flogged for such negligence. Who were they, and how did they gain entry to the governor's state? Where did Governor Viat go? Kill the officer, you incompetent, inept, useless piece of crock shit. I'm fine. Can't say the same for the attackers. Oh, praise the throne. If you would please follow me, I will personally escort you to the governor, where you will have the protection of walls and wardens. Fine, lead on. I do want to loot those corpses, but we shall do so after. I guess. Assuming they aren't just like gone, despawned. Servant. Oh. Upon seeing you, the guard at the door lets out a frightened yelp and doubles over into a low bow. Your ladyship, the most honorable Medea von Valankius. The governor is awaiting you in her office, where she is protected by walls and guards. Would you prefer to meet with her alone or with your entourage? My entourage will accompany me in my meeting with the governor. No, she's got like a little bubble thingy. Vistenza Janus Vayat ab Aram af Coronas is furiously swiping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your ladyship, accept my abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined. I don't care about your apologies. I could have been killed. Your local fuss is of no concern to me. I am in urgent need of provisions from Janus. A reprehensible stunt. I thought firing at moving targets was part of the ceremony. You can stop apologizing, Vistenzia. I am not offended. Thank you, your ladyship. Believe me, I am infinitely sorry that the troubles of Janus have reached us even here, the most protected place on Janus. The companion standing next to Vistenza respectfully bows her head. She is doggedly trying not to turn her head towards you, but it is obvious she is watching you through her lowered lashes. One of your wardens helped us in battle. Superb shot. Who was it? You must be referring to Irliet, our chief ally in the struggle against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations, given the undoubted advantages she brings. You see, Irliet comes from the local degenerate stock of this world and knows Janus like the back of her hand, so she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit that at times I am tempted to send her away from the estate, her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. If you wish to speak to her, Let, you will find her outside, in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others. What is happening on the planet? Several months ago, uprisings broke out on Janus. I was not even notified at first. Griping worms are for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. Vistenza shakes her head. And then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. They have already brought 13 agri-complexes to a halt and have now moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet again. Janus fulfill its foodstuff supply under current conditions? I risk angering you, your ladyship, but this is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most talented logistics experts of their administratum are unable to guarantee stable tides when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport, and the terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous minority within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search if we had ships at our disposal, ships like yours, your ladyship. Perhaps you will find a way to support your subjects in their hour of need. I am sure even approximate coordinates would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship's crew work together to hunt down the enemy. You want me to go off and catch some rebels for you? Okay. I promise you, Governor, I will hunt down the seeds of rebellion and heresy on your planet and burn them to ash. I will get to the bottom of this. I'm sure the rebels will have something to say to the mistress of their world. Well, if there are no competent people to be found on Janus, I shall have to handle this myself. So backhanded. Well, I'll track down these elusive fugitives myself. As for you, Vicenza, you will not be permitted to fail again. I'm removing you from your post as governor of this planet and placing you under arrest. When I have finished with the rebels, I'll decide what to do with you. Alright, I'm sure the rebels will have something to say to the mistress of their world. Vicenza inclines her head. I am immeasurably grateful for your assistance, your ladyship. If any of those who attacked the estate had survived, then perhaps they could have some valuable source of information, but you made an example of them for the rest of the foolish rabble. Vicenza glances at the Vox. Incidentally, I did overhear the wardens talking about some kind of stranger in the area. Besides that, we do not know who let those reprobates into the estate. The person who did it might also know something. I, as well as my retinue, are at your service. My secretary is checking the staff as we speak and removing all traces of the attack from the estate. An esteemed Magos, who is responsible for agronomic efforts on the planet, is also here. He happened to be visiting this week to deliver his personal report. And, of course, there is my aide in the war against the rebels, Urilit. I have no doubt she will be delighted to share her knowledge of Janus with your ladyship. Footfall Station is on the verge of starvation. Can Janus supply the people there with provisions? Yes and no. If the question is, can such an expansive and fertile world as this one feed a few thousand void rats? Of course it can. We lose more provisions to gnawing pests every cycle than those on Footfall could eat in their entire lives. But can we ship said provisions to Footfall? Not a chance. Any cargo shuttle that leaves the surface will be a target for attack. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos could become targets for sabotage. Food could be poisoned or mined. The logistics of transporting supplies to Footfall will only be possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. So many uprisings that we have to deal with. Like every planet we go to, there's some kind of uprising. Tell me about Janus. Vicenza leans forward. Janus is a remarkable world, both in terms of its vast potential and in terms of the work that was carried out to transform it into an agri-world. House Vayat has ruled on Janus for many generations, and each new governor has, without fail, contributed to the planet's taming. This world was once a wild planet, full of xenobeasts and utterly unsuitable for growing anything. To this day, despite our best efforts, Janus regularly rebels against us. Earthquakes, tsunamis, the emergence of new pests and weeds that invade the arable land. Sometimes I cannot help but think that this world is endowed with consciousness of a capricious and stubborn child who likes to spoil everything that we have achieved. What do you grow on Janus? Mainly pelican flint corn and red turnip. Apart from that, in the southern hemisphere, we have set aside vast tracts of land for the Grox population. And of course, I cannot fail to mention the several thousand acres of tilled land given over to cultivating fermentable fruit for personal use and limited export. Crocs. A large semi-domesticated reptile. Crocs are most commonly bred as livestock or used as beasts of burden. I wonder what they look like. Even for an agri world in the back of Beyond, this place is a real dump. What do y'all do here for fun? You have free time, that is. If you're asking about those of our circle, let me assure you, there are enough noble families onward to keep boredom at bay. I frequently host guests, your ladyship, and my servants arrange suitable entertainments, from parlor concerts to private executions of traders who break the law. And who is this person standing next to you? One of my ladies in waiting, Amelia. Amelia performs secretarial duties and helps me to remain in constant contact with those families who are most responsible for the productivity and prosperity of Janus. I trust my advisors implicitly, and over time Amelia has become not merely a faithful companion, but almost my shadow. Losing her would be like losing my right hand. Stenza laughs and gives Amelia an encouraging nod. Your roommates. Amelia drops in a low curtsy. To bathe in the light of your greatness is a true honor, Rogue Trader. I must take my leave. And we're gone. The door guard bows obsequiously. Lady von Valankis, we are most delighted to welcome you as our guest. Would your ladyship prefer to speak to the governor alone or with your entourage? I shall not waste time on this right now. Is something wrong, your ladyship?
What lies beyond?
How may I serve you? Janus nobles, huh? House Grant has never inspired respect or trust. I have no doubt that it was they who brought the treacherous servants into the estate. Your ladyship, you need only say the word and I will oblige. Did you hear? Oh. Did you hear? Avex and Goldino caught her husband in the servitors again. Or with the servitors again. Such an important occasion. A visit from a rogue trader marred by such an unpleasant incident. Your surprise sounds terribly feigned. Are you truly surprised to learn that the head of the Goldino family is seeking solace in such predictable places? Quite the opposite. I am appalled the old man hasn't come up with something more original since the incident at their last soiree. State is under control, your ladyship. You are completely safe here. You see. I see. You know, but notice like the very obvious trip hazard right here. Why is there just like cherub following us? Aristocrat. Lords. Oh. Harold Servo Skull. Her Ladyship Medea von Valancius, rogue trader by the grace of the God Emperor and the sacred lords of Terra. Oh my god, is it just like announcing us everywhere we go? Rogue trader, bearer of the warrant of trade, stellar inheritor, and guardian of humanity comes.
There will be no peace in my wake.
What did you just say? Was it not you? The voices are growing stronger. Why? Something's not right. Sarah? You good? Where was the place that the attack happened at? Yeah, it was over here.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Oh no. The fucking herald's still going off. Long live Rogue Trader Medea von Valankis, rightful successor to the throne of trade and the von Valankis protector. Before Rogue Trader von Valankis, guardian of order, ruler of great and lesser worlds, warp strider of the Cornish expanse, may the world tremble, loyal servant of the Imperial of Men, unvanquished. That's me, unvanquished. An assassination attempt at the governor's own estate, and on the day the Rogue Traitor visits, no less. Tilius Quint.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Perhaps it's linked. Plenty of high-ranking guests have come for the meeting, or perhaps they weren't targeting dear Lady Viat, but the traitor. Warp Strider. That's me. Oh. 85. Would your ladyship care for a drink? The fountain is an expensive toy for the nobility. Pure water is currently bubbling from it, but additional pipes on it indicate the presence of separate siphons for sparkling wine and other beverages. Alright. Interesting. Did you see the mutant wipe out that target? Our guys near the governor just stood there catching flies and she'd already blown his brains out. Tell me about it. She gives me the creeps. She's terrifying to look at. She talks funny. She knows her way around a gun. Come to think of it, I've never seen that kind of weapon before. I wonder where she got it. Maybe one of the locals is making their own. And without any tech priest's blessing, no doubt. Yeah, heresy on Janus right under our noses. And we just have to put up with it. I wonder if any, like, listening in on any of these will, like, lead to any, like, rumors or things.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Oh, Chartist Pendant, +5 Fellowship, +10 Commerce. Yeah, I was about to say, don't I already have one of them? Medicaid. I'm gonna save scum this. Fail it. But you don't need to save scum. Chains or ropes with shackles on the end can be seen in the water. Something white is also visible through the glimmer. Fragment of bone with marks made by sharp teeth. In other words, someone was loitered here. Important.
What lies beyond?
Your ladyship, pay no mind to the bodies. Pay no mind to the bodies. We're waiting for the estate to be cleared completely so we can rid of this trash. The deceased's arms and face are covered in small boils that ooze cloudy pus even after death. Dried berries. Wrinkled, fibrous berries covered in short fuzz. Servitor's mechanical parts produce a whirring.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
And it goes out into the jungle. You already observed.
Ah, one step at a time, amidst the madness.
The madness.
There! Done!
Sealed containers marked with the familiar insignia of the Munitorum and additional seals of a forge world unknown to you. The crate contains high-grade weapons likely made to order. Hot shot las gun.
They will see. Oh, yes.
serve you?
They all will see.
Faster, faster. The sooner we smoke out this louse, the sooner we can report that the clearance operation is complete. The most effective representatives of the local flora are assembled on the flower bed. Unfamiliar fruits are ripening on the carefully pruned plants. A hulking man dressed in a uniform marking him out as an officer of the gubernatorial wardens. Watch where you're pointing those hoses. Last thing we need is a poisonous gas cloud in the air over the estate. A hulking man dressed in a uniform marking him out as an officer of the notorial wardens is closely monitoring his subordinates as they surround the building. Sensing your approach, he whips around, his face going pale, and he offers a low bow. Your ladyship, please do not stray too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack has holed himself up in here. He could be dangerous. Who are you? I am the Madam Governor's security officer. I regret that you had to witness today's incident, your ladyship. I assure you, nothing of the sort will ever happen again. What's going on here? Ready to report, your ladyship. We conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All of the assassins were arrested or neutralized except for one. The officer scoffs darkly. He sealed himself inside. He already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him, but there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last dregs of dirt from the estate. I have only one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The Rogue Trader is here, and the longer you delay, the more you put her life needlessly at risk. The officer flinches slightly at Abelard's snarl. It is inexcusable, your ladyship. The barrel of poison... the barrels of poison were only just delivered, but we're ready to begin now. You're going to poison the robber? The officer nods. We're using insecticide from our stockpiles, your ladyship. We don't have any military-grade poisons, but we don't need them. Not for this parasite. Who is he? Officer's brow furrows. To tell the truth, your ladyship, I'm more concerned with clearing the area right now than with his identity. We're not expecting to get any valuable intel from him, unless we find something on his corpse after we're done with our job. So special about this building. It's one of the utility buildings. Fortunately, it was empty at the time of the attack. There were no potential hostages or innocent people inside. If you ask me, I think this was the first place the killer came to when he was beating his retreat. He managed to round up all the others, but this one holed himself up in here. This is not an empty utility building, but an inactive backup crypt for storing refrigerant and freezing equipment. This is obvious. Your ignorance is depressing, servant. Sorry. I want to talk to the person inside. Are you sure? It's not exactly safe, your ladyship. The officer's eyes involuntarily sweep over you, sizing you up. Want to solve this problem without too much blood or fuss. Officer takes a breath. As you wish, your ladyship. At the officer's signal, the other wardens take a deferential step back, clearing a path to the door. I think the game just froze. Oh, no, there we go. I want to find the, Irrelant first.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Alright, a decorative spire hastily turned into a watchtower is a sure sign of the turbulent situation on the world. They're just standing there, T-posing. Nice. Temple is built out of luxurious materials, but the holy place looks half abandoned. You cannot smell any burnt incense in the air, you see no seals of cleansing on the door, and you hear no prayers, no human voices or vox recordings. It's abandoned. Looks like it's under construction.
What lies beyond?
This place seems like it was recently disturbed. Dust has been swept from the stones. There is some unidentifiable dirt between the cracks, and you notice several thin scratches on the surface.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Needs up there. Mansion. That way.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed.
The governor's palace is opulent. The gilt finishes and plaster are updated regularly and frequently, it seems. Too frequently, even for a building situated on the coast.
There will be no peace in my wake.
A little bit of, decadent extravagance. Needlessly decadent, mind you. Old servant. Hearing your footsteps, the elderly servant grabs an injector and stabs it into his arm. The area around the needle immediately starts turning black. Too late, Viets, dogs. I'm the master of my own fate. But when he gets a better look at you, the man drops the injector in astonishment and seems poised to prostrate himself on the floor before you. It's you, your ladyship. The God Emperor must have brought you here. I beg you, help the rebels and save Janus. He doubles up, hugging himself, and is racked by coughing that leaves his lips wet with blood. Forgive me, your ladyship. If only I'd known it was you. My eyes deceived me. We have little time now, but I swear I'll tell you everything. Looking closely at the old man, the tech priest utters, nerve toxin. The inevitable cessation of vital functions is expected in no more than 60 seconds. Silent clicks emitted by the visor indicate an ongoing picked recording. Say whatever it is you want to say and be quick about it. In the name of the Golden Throne, your ladyship, show mercy on the humble workers, the salt of Janus. Save them. Vistenza Vayat, your untouchable governor and leader of the nobility, is creating something monstrous behind closed doors. She uses the Imperium's interests as a smokescreen and purports to be a scholar, but her actions are poisoning our planet. Did you know that the settlements that fail to pay their due tithes on time have been allowed to pay with people instead? They even deliver them to order. Sometimes old folks, sometimes children. He lowers his voice to a whisper and leans toward you. I've seen those people. I've seen them being delivered to the estate, and when they're never seen or heard from again, they go into the secret rooms and don't come out again. Your ladyship. Ever. Fresh meat to entertain the nobility. Some things never change, whether you're on my planet or anywhere in the righteous Imperium. Peasants who were taken to Urok 5 to serve House Urselio were never seen or heard from again either. They became loyal servants and toiled for the good of the great dynasty. Why should they ever return to their filthy, squalid abodes? The old servant lets out a moan. The dark stains on his arms seem to creep through his veins until his arms and neck are a latticework of black. Servant's breath quickens and becomes irregular. What secret rooms? Hidden chambers deep within the palace. I've never been inside, thankfully. The servants who are allowed in, the ones the governor trusts, they change. She changes them, pretties them out, defiles them. You accuse the rogue trader's appointed governor of heresy. If your words are false, they themselves are tantamount to heresy. But if what you say is true, if it's true, then your sacrifice will be to your credit, my good man. The Tinter utters these last words with impassioned conviction. I swear I'm not lying. Pray for me, holy sister, for me, and for Janus. Servant shakes and coughs violently. I'm not sure I'll last long enough to answer all your questions. What else is going on in the settlements? I'll tell you exactly what I was told by the people who contacted me. These tithes. Some settlements have already switched to paying with people. They say that amenable settlements get special treatment from the governor's dogs. They arrange for medicine to be supplied to this settlement, then security, and then they completely isolate them. All contact between those inside the settlement and the outside world is cut off. One man managed to get out. He's the one who told me all this, that the people are rotting alive in there. Strange growths, yellow eyes, stinking like dead bodies. The worst-looking ones are rounded up and taken away. The fellow who escaped, he seemed fine, but within a couple of days of the rebels picking him up, he started seeing monsters instead of people. They had to lock him up away from other folks, the poor sod, and then his wrists. The old man starts to convulse, indicating that he is close to death. He raises his already unseeing eyes to you. Your ladyship, if you'll permit a dying man to make one last request. Don't tell anyone that I was the one who unlocked the doors. If you do, they'll go after my family, my home. I will keep your secret. Please, save us. Save us. Servant rasps violently and collapses on his side, racked with convulsions.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Interesting.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see. Curiosity sings in my veins.
Oh, there's the gazebo. See if there's anything back here first.
What lies
It
beyond?
don't look like it. Alright. Brother, your mechadendrites are a bit stiff there. Draped in red cloak, the Magos' body barely looks human. Wires, tubes, and metal manipulators turn him into a whimsical machine, while implants hide his face behind a sinister mask. The tech priest intermittently dictates something in technolingua to the servo skull floating next to him, but at your approach, he falls silent and offers a reserved bow. Greetings, your ladyship, Lex Mechanic Vinzelix. How may I serve you? Pascal and the Lex Mechanic exchange trills of binaric greetings. The series of sounds issued by Vinzelix sounds much longer and more deferential than those of Pascal. What do you do here on Janus? The tech priest's mechanical voice comes from a speaker on his neck. By the order of the Adeptus Mechanicus, I have been entrusted with the management of the Adeptus Administratum in order to catalog ergonomic data and analyze information about the planet during the process of subjugating it to the will of the Imperium. Be blessed, Tech Brother. Your diligence and the diligence of those like you turns anarchy into order and bestows classification to knowledge. One of Pascal's mechadendrites lightly touches the Lex Mechanic's body. The tech priest bows respectfully in return, clearly a little startled. Tell me about Janus. Initializing report. The planet's soil possesses a unique composition suitable for the re-engineering of the planet and the mass production of foodstuffs. Significant cultivation of the Eastern Hemisphere with the aim of improving production processes and logistics operations. Traces of xeno activity that do not pose an immediate threat to ongoing operations. Undesirable pathologies of flora and fauna have been noted, which may pose a threat in the short term. What pathologies in the flora and fauna? Genetic and chemical pathologies, your ladyship. Harmless species mutate and become aggressive, while plants change their chemical composition and become poisonous. This is happening more and more often, and if you do not take action, the ecosystem of the world will be irreparably disrupted. Climate change. That's what's happening. The changes may be artificial. Has the possibility been considered that someone is manipulating the ecosystem to reduce our living space? Not at all, Venerable Magos. Our tech comrades from the Magos Biologus are humble workers, not warriors. They could not have come up with a thought of such a militant nature. The mind must be open to all forms of knowledge. I order you to commence a check. In the event that your account of the indolence of their minds is confirmed, I will petition for the appropriate penance. How is the governor dealing with undesirable pathologies? I have analyzed the genome of the affected species, and I am currently developing suppressor genes to make the planet's organisms resistant to pathology. But so far, I have not been able to solve the problem. Further exploration of the planet would perhaps speed up these processes, but the administrative apparatus has imposed a ban on expeditions that are not directly aimed at improving production. Ooh. So, like, basically, the effort to make vaccines for these pathologies, which is just a fancy word for diseases, by the way, profit over health. Of course, it's just America. This place is just America. Just rural America. Traces of xeno activity? According to data obtained during the initial survey, ruined structures of non-human origin were noted in different sectors of the planet, but I did not have the administrative capacity to study them in more detail. For now, I must defer the quest for knowledge. The Lex mechanic speaks the last words with distinct envy, his eyes fixed on Magos and Newman. Let's talk about something else. How many servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus are there on the planet? According to the data stored in my cogitator, all infrastructure nodes for food harvesting and processing have their own contingent of technomats. The total number amounts to 253. Correction, based on the latest data, the figure is 211 units. How are things with you and your fellows? The current situation on the planet is assessed as stable. The progress of the prospects is assessed as encouraging. Found this on the body of a dead rebel. Can you tell me anything about these specimens? Your blessing for the examination, Magos. The Lex mechanic waits respectfully until Pascal nods. The tech priest studies the dried berries and goes still. You hear the distinct clicks of his cerebral cogitators process this information. Creeping Cree weed, a typical plant of the Western Hemisphere. We have studied the possibility of industrial cultivation, but the process was found to be inefficient due to the specific requirements of the soil, which is found in the right composition only in the archipelagos of the planet. Okay. An island fruit. As you wish. World shapers. The berries of a plant that grows outside of Janus's cultivated areas were found among the rebels' equipment. So, like, are the rebels natives? Or at least, like, living off the land? Since it seems like this was a terraformed planet. Or technically it wouldn't really have natives. The ivy covering of the archway gives off a delicate, heady fragrance. There we go. Heady fragrance, although you do not see any flowers.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
An otherworldly silence reigns under the arches of the gazebo. Perhaps a sound barrier generator is mounted in the dome. Cool.
Iliad Lenevis greets you, Elantark.
Bizarre creature before you only vaguely resembles a typical human. An elongated body, slender limbs, pointed features, every aspect of its appearance is unnatural and alien. The creature turns its head to you. You're not a mutant.
I have met souls like you before. You travel a path that offers you enlightenment. A rare gift among your limited kind.
Juliet stares at you with her strange eyes, wearing an expression that is remarkably difficult to interpret. At last, she arches one eyebrow so subtly you almost miss it. So she's a, Ordari?
My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
Good thing we didn't bring Heinrich with us. Oh boy. You have 10 seconds to get out of my sight, Xenos. Starting now. Rogue Trader von Valankis will never speak to vermin such as Xenos as if they were equals, so if you want to live, you will address me with proper respect. I will speak with you, Iliad Lenevis, but keep your hands where I can see them. To be honest, the only part I understood was that you have no desire to fight. That is one thing we have in common.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
Liet inclines her head by an infinitesimal amount. So you're the governor's mysterious helper?
I am Ellen Tark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
Why are you helping the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
What do you know about rank and file rebels? I think she's a ranger, guys.
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
Erlet's face is unreadable, but you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully. Do you know who is behind the uprisings on the planet?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
And this is not particularly helpful.
But you are not asking for help, Ellen Tark. You are merely asking questions, the answers to which are either unimportant or wreathed in shadow. Explore this place. Speak to those who know. A simple task for you, and an insurmountable challenge for me, since my very appearance provokes fear and suspicion. When you learn anything, tell me. Perhaps then my answers will be helpful to your search.
Erlet hesitates and then adds more quietly. How did you come to Janus?
The world you call Janus was once created by the will of my kin. I have far more right to be on the Lilithon than any of you.
Why do you call me Elantak?
Because that is what you are. Elantak means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars.
Okay, so like an off-worlder.
You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
Spoke to the Magos in charge of operations on the planet. He says something's gone wrong with this world. There are spontaneous mutations, animal attacks. Maybe you have something to say about that?
The Lilithon is expressing her wrath. For centuries, this world has resisted the brutality inflicted upon it by soulless machines and unmindful creatures. But what the machine man told you, that is something else. Something more frightening. The planet is fighting an evil that has taken root in its very cradle.
Iliad pauses. I examined the bodies of the rebels. They showed traces of mutation. Is that typical for Janus?
This world was pure until your kind sullied it with its presence. The Lilithon does not possess such powers. Another force must be at play. Ellen Tark. Everything you have told me stirs doubt and alarm in my soul. I must take time to contemplate. Do not disturb me further.
Erliet turns away from you, clearly burdened by her thoughts. The stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing information on a data slate, while his quietly whirring mechanical arms fill the long scroll with writing. On noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile, then deferentially bows. the light in the eyes of the servo skull hovering over his right shoulder gently pulsate. Your ladyship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself, Attilius Quint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricolte. I will preserve the record of our conversation forever. What record of our conversation? Your ladyship, I painstakingly record every conversation with high-ranking personages, and afterward I fill out all 7 accompanying forms personally. Achilles rolls up his completed scroll in a practiced gesture, stows it away, and pulls out a new one. Your words and judgments are in good hands. Achilles' mechanical fingers fly over the scrolls as he fills in another line. And of course, what great fortune it is to see, for the very first time in all my years of service, an emissary of the Navis Nobilite, here on Janus. I humbly welcome the esteemed Cassia Tesifia Evriela, Lady Navigator of House Orselio. Everything from her condescending gaze and confident bearing to her calm but commanding voice marks Cassia as the heiress of a great bloodline. Awestruck, the secretary writes down each letter of her name with particular fastidiousness. Laudable foresight. I thank you. Moments such as the appearance of a rogue trader must be preserved for posterity. What do you think of Vistenia Vayat? The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters and never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. I do not pry into her personal affairs, but if I may speak plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such finesse cannot be a bad person, in my view. What do you have to say about the governor's helper, Iriot? To be honest, your ladyship, I find her presence most distressing. Of course, I would never gainsay the wisdom of the governor, who, if not she, could perceive the true worth of a person, even if that person is a mutant. Moreover, Ireliot's particular abilities could be an interesting subject of study for the Magos Biologis. That elongated head shape, those eyes, judging by the skull that was given to me to send on to Footfall, such developmental anomalies on Janus are not a quirk of nature, but some kind of inheritable trait. What skull are you talking about? A most remarkable item, I must say. A true anomaly. One moment. After rummaging in a nearby container, Attilius draws out a parcel, which he immediately unwraps. Here it is. I believe the finished piece was intended to be given as a gift to the governor, but under the current circumstances, I doubt I will be able to send it to Footfall anytime soon. Pascal's mechadendrites reach toward Attilius with interest, seeming to unnerve him a little. Adequately preserved. It is a pity that it is empty inside. It could have become a proper servo skull herald for the rogue trader. Unorthodox. A curiosity like this would look very nice on my desk. Eh? I mean, yes, of course. Undoubtedly. Whatever you wish, your ladyship. If that will raise your spirits after the recent incident. I received a strange skull. Alright. I thought that was just like a... Alright, yeah. Strange skull. Let's go. Go to random-ass Odari skull. That was probably pilfered from some grave or something. What are your duties here? By the grace of the God Emperor, I oversee the administrative apparatus on the planet and serve as secretary. I am also responsible for the logistics related to supplying the planets of the Von Valancius dynasty and the timely payment of tithes to the Imperium's official collectors. Speaking of the Von Valancius dynasty, when were the last shipments sent? Your ladyship. Our supply shipments are all in order. All foodstuffs and other items are ready to export and are simply awaiting the arrival of transport ships. However, given the current circumstances on the planet, Janus could not provide even one tranche more than what is already prepared. I am certain the situation will be rectified in the near future. When did the collector ships last come to Janus? Oh, your ladyship. I must confess that as yet I have not had the pleasure of filling out a sacred tithe protocol form, as the last Imperial ships to come here did so under my predecessor. Come to think of it, that would have been several decades ago. I do hope the logisticians responsible for such an unforgivable oversight lose their heads over this. Several decades ago is when the last agricultural shipment was sent out. Interesting. That is enough. Tell me about Janus. What is happening on the planet? Alas, your ladyship, rebellions have caused us too many problems in recent times. The rebels are interfering with established processes, interrupting supplies, sabotaging the serfs' work. A few nobles have even been killed, and worst of all, some of the victims occupied important administrative posts. Until the replacements pass their checks, complete all their induction forms, and go through the official appointment procedure, important paperwork is going unsigned. It's a bureaucratic catastrophe. If things continue in this vein, I dare not even imagine what it could lead to. There are worlds that are ravaged by war for generations. Generations, your ladyship. Like that deranged planet by the nameless star, so close to our own peaceful system. Inhabitants there supposedly live under the patronage of Rogue Trader Winterscale. Shudder to think what he has created there. I want to know details. Where have the rebels struck, and how? Of course. I'll be delighted to furnish you with all the information I have. The last few months, 15 organized attacks and 7 terrorist attacks have been perpetuated. Irrigation equipment has been sabotaged in agrarian sectors 3 to 5, transport routes 27, 413, and also, I suppose this will not tell you much. Please. With a fussy gesture, he presses several buttons on his data slate screen, and a 3-dimensional map with coordinates of the attacks appear on your cogitator. The data is superbly collated, and the map clearly displays the actions of the rebels. At first glance, there seems to be no logic to their campaign, but after analyzing the data and the features of the terrain, you notice a clear system indicating a geographical pattern to their attacks. Who is directing the rebels? Does anyone know? The rebels are well armed and well trained. What's more, the governor's advisors are inclined to think that the instigators of the rebellions are very familiar with the planet's terrain and climate. My ordinates are going through registration records day and night, looking for individuals who have completed military training, but we have so far been unable to identify the scoundrel. What are you doing to combat the rebels? Our security services are tracking those who support the rebels, and our regular wardens are wiping out the saboteurs without the slightest mercy. But they keep on appearing. My scribes have been run off their feet, keeping records of all the public hearings and executions, but I am confident that the governor will find a solution soon. That's enough for now. What do you know about the attack on the estate? A disgraceful incident. Simply disgraceful. Cannot believe these scoundrels would dare to come so close, and to drag the nobility into this as well. If they penetrated the estate, that means they had help from some worthless servant or other. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found yet. Attilius Quint smiles unpleasantly. Uncovered a servant who betrayed the governor. Here is the place where you can find his bond. No, I said I would keep his secret. Fuck that. I look forward to meeting you again, your ladyship. Yeah. What is this? Oh. Right, what is it?
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Alright, let's see what this guy has to say. When you approach the solid-looking door, a high, boyish voice shouts out, "Piss off! You won't take me alive! Better to put a bullet in my brain than let the governor's dogs get their hands on me." Okay, I'm Medea, rogue trader and sovereign of this planet in the name of the Emperor. Open this door. I'm going to examine the door, break down the door, pick the lock. No, examine the door. Okay. The door looks solid and formidable, but you notice dark marks on the hinges, a sure sign that the material is degraded. The lock doesn't look new either. For a suitable tool, it could easily be opened. 40%, 75%. Pick the lock. Damn. Just pick it. It takes you half a minute to figure out the archaic mechanism. With a soft click, the door opens, allowing you to enter. Inside is poorly lit, but you spot a person standing in the far corner. He's desperately gripping a discharged lasgun in his hands. At the sight of you, his eyes widen in recognition and fear. It can't be. The Rogue Trader. The young man, practically a boy, falls to his knees and stretches out his bloody hands towards you. His clothes are burned on one side and grimy with baked-in blood. Your ladyship, have mercy. You're the sovereign of this planet. You have the power to save us. Youth is a time of recklessness. I heard that said more than once in the Schola Progenium and during my novitiate. But youth is also a time of directness. Let us listen to this young man before we judge him. Read. Adira looks at Argenta a little confused, as if she did not expect such gentleness from her. I agree with the sister here. People don't become rebels because everything in their lives is rosy, and the kid's green as grass. It'd be a shame to kill him for nothing. Something is wrong on Janus. I can feel it. Maybe he can shed some light on what's going on. Save you from what? From Governor Vayat. Everyone here knows what she's doing to us. We've put up with it for a long time, hoping that somebody would intervene and help us, but nobody ever did. She's turned the whole world into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like groks from the settlements, supposedly to go to the palace, and they're never seen again. Her servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits. And while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones. I was taught that peasants have a tendency to exaggerate their suffering due to sloth and weakness of spirit, but this young man, vermilion thorns pierce every centimeter of his body, and gray shackles behind his hands, feet, and neck. There are no lies in his words, only terror and desperation without end. They're telling me people are seeing evil spirits? Yes. Others are going feral and attacking their loved ones, and then there's... The boy lowers his voice. People say that in some settlements, well, they stop upholding the law altogether. Imperial law and a law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals. Who's behind the rebels? Swallows nervously and looks at you with fear. Your ladyship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell out my brother. It's over for me, but the others, I won't betray them. There'll be no end to the war on this planet until I get to handle the situation. But to do that, I need to meet with your leader. Tell me or tear this world apart to get rid of garbage like you. There'll be no end to the war on this planet until I get a handle on the situation. But to do that, I need to meet with your leader. The boy hesitates for a few seconds, and then his head drops limply. As long as you keep your word. I've never been in their camp. None of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine. And he said that the governor's dogs will pay for the reprisals in the settlements. But that's not where they're hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folks. We have it all worked out so that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. But I swiped the chief's box. I thought After I killed the governor, I could use the message coordinates to find the base and hide out there. The boy retrieves the Vox. The boy retrieves a Vox from his pocket and holds it out to you with shaking hands. That's everything I know, your ladyship. Get up and come with me. Give me my word as a rogue trader, you will live. I have a feeling that as soon as I exit, like, those people are Saturday are gonna fire on him. Give the rebel an easy death. The people waiting outside will put you through far worse torment than I will. Goodbye. Or dogmatic. Execute the rebel. I'm done listening to you. I mean, these are both execution, but one is, like, more compassionate than the others. I mean, we can do the first option. And then if, like, we step outside and the guard's out there, just fucking shoot him anyways. Like, we can just reload the save. Get up and come with me. The rebel looks at you with bewilderment, and then bows low before you. When he speaks, his voice trembles. Ladyship, thank you. Thank you for this kindness. I never thought I'd survive this. The officer of the wardens casts a disdainful look over the rebel before turning his gaze to you. Your ladyship, I honor your bravery. Please allow me to get rid of this rat for you. Escort this man safely to the perimeter of the estate. He is free to go. This man is now under my protection. See to it that he is held safely in custody until his fate is decided by a fair trial. This man will serve Janus yet. Consult your advisors and see to it that this rebel is made into a useful servitor. Make an example of this scum. Publicly flay him and string up his corpse outside his family home as a warning. If anyone tries to remove it, shoot them. God damn. I see that the heretical option is basically just going against your word. Escort this man safely to the perimeter of the estate. He is free to go. A dumbfounded expression appears on the officer's face. With the deepest respect, your ladyship. The officer thinks better of his next words and abruptly bows. It will be done. Thank you, your ladyship, for your patronage. I would already be dead. Okay, good. For some reason, the cherub decided to go over to the boy.
This explorator is blessed
Disinfection
with
device.
multifunctionality.
Plus 15 bonus to corrals.
Curiosity sings in my veins. One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Okay. That's that done. Maintenance room. When did I pass that? What? Or, oh, no, that's that. Doi. I'm dumb. Doi. Okay, nothing else to say to you.
What lies beyond?
So that is two rebels directly asking us for help. Else. Do not disturb my contemplation, Elantak. I need time. Okay. The surviving rebel claims that their leaders are in hiding far away from population centers. Probably a good idea. The coordinates of the attacks indicate a definite vector of movement for the rebels, making it possible to narrow the search area. Regardless of their vital status. A Vox with recordings of the rebels' conversations will make it possible to launch a large-scale reconnaissance operation. The Rogue Trader must return to the ship to engage its systems in the search. And I regret not,
In this
taking
tapestry
the
of a
option
world, I am the rogue thread.
basically tell her, hey, you can join my room. Okay. Let's see. Neglected to mention the strange changes in the planet's flora and fauna. Magos Vinzelix is a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary processes seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated. Forests were cleared and mountains raised across half the planet. It is no surprise that we are still noticing the consequences of those changes. It's possible that the plant mutations are connected to waste runoff from the harvesting equipment, and the changes in wildlife behavior could be a reaction to the expansion of the cultivated area. Vistenza shakes her head with a laugh. Are you surprised by my knowledge of the topic? Our whole dynasty has dedicated itself to taming Janus, this plentiful yet stubborn planet. Every member of the Vyat bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of planetary engineering and its consequences. Slanting a look at Pascal, Adira remarks lightly, looks like the sciences aren't only the preserve of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Doesn't that infringe on the authority of the esteemed Magos? This statement is true, but who do you suppose were her teachers? The Adeptus Mechanicus. All knowledge flows from us. Rumors have reached me about oddities among Janus's population. I don't deny it. Some of our experiments exact a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of Janus has taken on a difficult task of enhancing the attributes of our workers. So far, it has involved introducing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in monitored settlements. Sometimes procedures are disrupted and part of the population suffers from side effects. The specialists of the Gravaz family would be better placed to inform you on this topic, but alas, they are currently engaged in the field, forcing settlements to pay their tithes in human bodies. What? Really? But dear, you speak as if you actually believe the claims of those wretched peasants. I do not ask anyone to pay the tithes in human bodies. I am reducing the burden on the settlements which have suffered as a result of unsuccessful experiments involving enriched food, and I'm gathering the worst affected subjects, those who are no longer capable of work, for further study. Some among my circle would call such concern for the underclass a weakness which may have incited rebellion among the emboldened rabble. Cassia nods in understanding. Theobald and Felix tried to limit the effect my powers had on the low-born servants of Yurok 5. The station's laboratoriums ran experiments on those who had the misfortune of losing their minds because of my gift. These tests increased our servants' lifespans, and then they joined Felix's side. Tech Priest mentioned ancient ruins belonging to Xenos. I know to what you're referring. Strange structures of an unknown material. For the prevention of any unfortunate accidents, I ordered the area to be declared out of bounds for all. Some things are better off left under a thick layer of dirt, beyond the grasp of even the enlightened minds of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay? It's got an excuse for everything.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Are you good now? No. Let's see if I can even loot this safe. Or if I get stopped. I don't. Figured I would get stopped. Okay.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Elantak, your Elet gestures for your turn. As you once sought my help, now I am seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way, on the condition that you bring me to them. Why did you not say anything? No other path was open to me, but now our paths are aligned, and my decision was motivated not by caprice, but by reason, which compels me now to be honest with the person who can fix all of this. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they are all traces of the same calamity, a calamity that will eclipse all the strife and wars on the face of this world. All the signs were plain to see, but I was here, and the Monkai failed to recognize the coming storm. Please, follow me, Medea. You must, if this world truly matters to you. What calamity? What calamity are you talking about? Still holding back information. I will reveal the truth very soon, but not here. Not in the place where it seems evil has made its nest. Have patience, Elantak, and trust me. One of the Imperium's worlds is in danger, so be it. I will follow you. It's beginning to get bored without living targets to shoot. I believe you. Lead on. I don't believe you. I believe you. One of the Imperium's worlds is in danger, so be it. I will follow you. Let's go, Elantak. I pray to the gods that we are not too late. Zoop. Level 15. Alright, who do we wanna bring with us? I noticed that we can't swap out Heinrich. Abelard. Argenta. Garcia. Pascal. I don't know what your skills are. Boris of Janus. The information obtained during the operation has made it possible to pinpoint the location of the rebel leaders on Janus. The Dame Dakar has entered into trade war with a competitor in the coal trade. Having lost several of his xenotech procurers, he is in need of a powerful and influential supplier of forbidden merchandise. The magnetic storm. You are an assassin. Let's see, she's an operative. Okay. What kind of build she is. In my sights, your let's attack against the target at the start of her next turn cannot miss. Use of in my sights ends her current turn. Science attack. Over the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency will be reduced by 5 plus 6 times stacks of exploits. Go perfect shot. While in cover, the operative gains a 25% cover. Back last until the operative moves, does not stack. Okay. Alright, this one, the Death Whisper. Makes an attack that does not count towards the limit of attacks per turn, does not block the assassin's movement, but only deals only 25% of the base damage. If the attack is successful, the target suffers a hemorrhage. Takes rending damage. Waste the strike. Makes an enemy suffer -2 times the armor, and minus greater the assassin's perception and int, so 60. So 6 -1, so 5 deflection till the end of the assassin's turn. There's only one enemy. Okay. Dash in a straight line for up to so suffering. Okay. Next, single target attack will have -50% arm penetration, movement of 0 armor, and +10 lethality. It's a ranged attack. Its target is forced to move to the closest cell in a 3 cell with no adjacent cover facing towards the assassin. Movement provokes attacks of opportunity. Kind of like Death Whisper. Okay. If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on the enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. Inevitable innervation. Each use of aim for the opening. On the same target reduces the target's dodge. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the assassin gains 20% dodge and dodge reduction against that enemy. First use of an assassin ability costs 0. Gains plus 3% chance to deal 5% the target's max wounds, more damage to an opening. And the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack. This attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by 10% until the end of the assassin's turn. Damage deals an additional 10 damage. That. Okay. Let's go. You will soon see everything for yourself in our attack.
Curiosity.
I'm guessing the
sings
leaders
in
of the
my
rebels are
veins.
Eldari. It hasn't been stated that is what the relic is, but I'm pretty sure that is Trios, which kind of looks a bit
One step at a
filthy.
time, amidst the madness.
That is some worship. I consider these forests my home for a long time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Looks like rebel stuff down there. They all salty at me.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Damn it! We're under attack. Kill the intruders. Stop. Lower your weapons. There'll be a lot of beeps.
Oh, I am powerless to act.
And go there, but not there. Go there, but not there.
A genius at work. Tiff?
Hello.
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
And it do. You. And then we go. Bap.
High momentum.
They all just fucking completed thing. Hey everybody, move. Hey everybody. Move some more. Hee hee.
If I may.
Rejoice in battle!
Aw. Having a room.
Eradicated.
On all these.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Great. Just over there.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah? Yeah, buddy? Oh, there we go.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ouch. Ooh, pretty tree.
High momentum.
Follow my lead.
Ew. Always forget to do sworn enemy first.
For fun, Valanciers!
Remember that is work on.
A wicked thought.
Back to over there.
Let's see.
Scale. Okay.
If it serves your cause. If I must.
Very nice. Get that first out of the way, you know.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
High momentum.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
If they didn't have anything.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Have anybody nearby? Attack.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands.
Nice.
Faith without deed.
Crap. I have once again drawn the sworn enemy. Now it no longer matters, honestly. And hang on. Stop, my kin. It is me. Adari Guardian. There's some bullshit happening.
Into the darkness.
Big. 2%. Total cover? Seems to be.
Even I won't do that.
Around 2%. Damn. Damn. Who could have foreseen this? Oh lordy coming. So like even the Dari corrupted by whatever's happening here.
Just designate a target.
Fall into chaos.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You will pay dearly for your actions.
Come on
Me?
over here.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Stop resisting, goddammit. Oh, I mean, I guess it's closer.
If I may.
In the tower. You gonna be able to attack him from there? Getting an attack into there? Reveled in the slaughter. Crap.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer.
Victory is imminent.
Damn. Seven. A bunch of this and that's armor.
Running binaric override.
That didn't do much damage.
High momentum.
Yeah? No one's moving, but they're stuck. Let's see if the game fixes itself, but we can skip. Oh, there we go. Stop, my kin, it is me. Probably like glitched the fuck out. That's what happened. He was like invisibly moving from there to there, I think. I really wish I could manually like change the direction of this, which like I don't know why I don't have the option of doing that. Swoosh.
slow momentum. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Can I target anyone with that? Come back. Relics, unusually dispassionate faces contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Your elucidator activates when she begins speaking in her own language. Swear on Cain's riven heart, Moraran, you will pay for your treachery. May Morai Heg sunder your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Eldanesh flood your throat. Elucidator. An incredibly rare translation device that allows the user to understand and speak most dialects of Low Gothic and some Xenos language. Oh well, who knew a tempest was raging beneath that unruffled surface? Calm down, it's already over. I don't know who you're talking about, but I promise I'll gladly help you pour the cup of suffering down their throat. Good grip. That will be the last battle we see today, and I need allies with all their wits about them. It's over. Over? Oh no, Monkey. This path is far from its end. Irilith is almost shouting, her voice ringing with fury. But when we get to Moraran, I will make him reveal the full extent of his duplicity and tell me where the truth ends and the lies begin. A word used by the Eldari to refer to any species they deem inferior. It's definitely not monkey. Please, excuse me, Alanta. I allowed the turmoil in my soul to win out over my reason. A slip like that could cost me more than you can even imagine. My very soul. I must be more careful, even in the face of treachery. In time you told me what's going on here. I see no other path. You deserve the truth. We call ourselves the children of Assyrian. Eldari is another name of ours. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one such maiden world, the Lelathan, a haven that our ancestors made for their kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived among the ruins, until you humans came here. Azuriani, a branch of the Eldari race that inhabits planetoid-sized vessels known as craft worlds. Children of Azurian are defined as a culture by their pursuit of the Azuriani path. This philosophy teaches them how to balance their potent minds and strive for constructive goals rather than falling into the amoral pursuit of pleasure and selfishness, which led to the creation of Lanesh, an ancient and highly advanced alien race that once dominated the galaxy. Aeons ago, the Eldari divided into different factions and split away into distant parts of the galaxy. Even though they are small in number, the Aodari remain a significant force due to their advanced technology, devious minds, and innate psychic abilities. We are the heirs. We are entirely within our rights to call the maiden world our own. However, our arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming. Sorrow seeps into Elliot's voice. We belonged to the craft world, Krudarak, which fell on the border of this star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amidst the stardust along with our abode. A vast planetoid-sized spacecraft populated by Ardari of the Agiani faction. Ardari craft worlds have the resources and power to conquer entire planets and star systems. These mammoth constructs avoid warp travel, relying instead on pathways through the mysterious realm of the Webway. Destroying an Ardari craft world is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it. His green visor flashing with interest, Pascal carefully clarifies. Which border exactly? You don't need to know. You don't need to know that, Iron Monkai. I'm aware of your looting practices. After the calamity, the Lelathan offered my kin a sanctuary, a place of respite in the ruins of our ancestors, under the canopy of the forest created by the wisdom of our world singers, living alongside your kind who reap the fruits of our labor with such vulgarity. Came to Janus along with the rest of the Ardari? No, my path brought me to Lelathan later. Elliot hesitates, by another route. It was Murarin who welcomed me here. He was one of the surviving Farseers of Kudarak. He was with a handful of Azuriani who had escaped death and found the path here, to the destroyed cradle of our kind. They were outraged when they saw how the Monkai had ravaged our flourishing garden. How are your kin connected to the uprising on the planet? The Agiani do not enter battles they cannot win. However, it is in our power to direct the currents so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. And so it was in this case. Murarin, the Farseer from Kudarak, saw a future without the Monkai, and we followed his lead. We simply used the Monkai's passions against them. Their love of freedom and anarchy, their love of domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotion rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the Monkai who rose up against the ruler of this world. I had a different mission, to become Vistanzi's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of the humans had never seen a child of Azurian before, and so she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of Monkai dwelling far from their own kind. Why did your own kind attack you? I know not the answer to that question. Iralet lowers her head. Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests and my kin. They cannot have forgotten me, can they? Why would a handful of Xenos go to war against the whole planet? Can't kill everyone. You struggle to understand the children of Azurion, and I do not blame you for that. We are far too different. Lyriat says nothing for a few moments, choosing her words. Monkai walk blindly into the future. We choose the path, guided by our Farseers. Budarak was the birthplace of the powerful watchers of things to come. Our leaders were selected from among their ranks, and their word was set in stone, unshakable like the universe itself. Murarin, our leader here, is one of that group. The children of Azrian are subject to his will, and he is subject to the will of his visions. Murarin saw the Lelathan in a vision, suffering and crying out to be cleansed, and we did everything we could to rid the maiden world of the Monkai. Our lives, our desires, all that is dust compared to the light of the path Murarin has chosen for us. At least, that is what my kin believe. I used to believe it too, until recently. That recently being this battle. Why are you telling me all this? What brought on this scandal? Lantak, your arrival has thrown my paths into disarray and lifted the veil on the truth that had been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the humans' ruler, I failed to see the signs. Signs that there was another threat looming over the Lelathan besides the Monkai's deeds. The threat should be similar to you, as it is to other intelligent species in the galaxy. We call it Trilantresh. Trilantresh. She who thirsts, goddess of chaos, Shalanish. Trilantresh, or She Who Thirsts, are the names of the Aldari give to the chaos god Slaanesh, their ultimate enemy. Slaanesh is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures, and is known for his fickle and treacherous nature. Disfigurements, it seems you call these mutations, are the surest sign of this threat. By mutilating living forms, this malevolent power subjugates them and bends them to its will. You have seen the deformities in the faces of those who are close to Lelathan's body than others, the rebels who hide under the canopy of these forests. Lelathan's world spirit senses the threat and resists as much as it is able. The living things that inhabit this world are becoming its weapons, weapons turned against the Monkai. Poisonous plants, rabid beasts, these are all like a blade in Lelathan's hands as she fights the coming of Slaanesh. Maybe I should have brought Heinrich with me. This seems right up his alley. The signs that have been revealed to me, they all indicate the presence of corruption on this world. Tendrils of corruption may be threading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for corruption to take hold of the planet so quickly requires effort. Effort directed by the will of another. Really, it pauses. I believe Vistenza Vyat is enthralled to the will of Slaanesh. What? Vistenza Vyat? The governor who has duly served the dynasty and the Imperium for decades? Medea, I hope you will not stand for such scurrilous slander against one of your finest servants. Hey, I've only met the lady like twice now. 3 times, I guess. As lamentable as it may be, the Imperium's history knows many cases where even the most steadfast followers of the creed would turn away from his light. Governor Vyat had to tap into many fonts of knowledge to turn Janus into a prosperous agri-world. Perhaps one of those fonts became her undoing. If Vistenza is to blame, then why haven't you gone to the palace and killed her already? There is only one crime graver than serving Slaanesh. It is betraying the children of Ashurian for her benefit. Mararan saw the paths, he beheld the future. How could he not see the dark stain on its face? How could he fail to do everything in his power to rid the Lelathan of this canker? Urilet's voice grows angrier, more piercing. Before I rip this poison seed from Lelathan's body, I will make Mararan answer me. I don't believe it. Make another accusation against servant of the Imperium, and I will have you stuffed. I don't believe it. You may not like Monkey, but we do not serve the archenemy. Maybe Vistenza is tainted from consorting with the archenemy. We'll have to find out for ourselves. Perhaps the signs I uncovered have failed to convince you. I pray to the gods that other proof, something more comprehensible to you, will emerge to sway your opinion. Slaanesh is deceitful and cunning. She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of a wicked ideal. The ruler of the Monkai does not even know that her soul has been corrupted. If we want to meet with the leaders of the uprising, we better keep moving. Odari Ranger armor. Odari chainsword.
What
medics thing over
lies
there.
beyond?
Meltagon shuriken catapult. Just like full ass shurikens, alright. Oh. The floor of this bunker is littered with sleeping bags, backpacks, and the rebels' meager, I almost said menagerie, meager belongings, clothes smeared with blood, primitive data slates, half-eaten Nutribars. Man, I'm sad that I don't get to side with the rebels for once.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
In the dimness under the canopy, you notice the outlines of machines, portable generators that provide power to the camp. Some of the machines have fallen into disuse, and it would be impossible to make sense of the cables and wires strewn about the floor without the help of a tech priest. I've got a tech priest right there. Just a piece of loot somewhere. Right there. That takes us to there. Oh, Enos.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Okay, these ones aren't hostile. Aren't immediately hostile, actually. What? I'm guessing... Oh. I'm guessing this path takes us to that rebel camp.
I better myself through my
but I was
service.
wrong.
Cast your eye there.
Everybody with awareness, forward. Ergo boots increases the wearer's agility by 5 and athletics by 10. But you know what I need to do? Hey, you are long. Alright. What are your stats? Our equipment. What do you mean it can't be? It can't be worn by you. That seems false. Must not have the features. Audari equipment. That's lame. Fellowship of Commerce. I mean, you don't really need. Five and athletics by 10 might be a good one for you, actually. someone in this party has good carouse. What's that? He's at the cargo zone. Got like some sniper rifles. Cool. Odari long rifle. Laser. Under his portent. Let's see. This rifle can only perform deadly shot attacks. Whenever the wielder scores critical hit with a single shot attack, they gain an additional attack this turn. That seems really good. Like, because the dead shot attack also has 1 less AP, so it's basically the equivalent of a single shot attack. Where the fuck did I get this? Is this one of the DLC items, or did I just collect this? And it does more damage. Oh, I put in the second one. There we go. Now you've also got that. Our chain sword. We got any better ones? When hit by this weapon, the wearer suffers a -5 penalty to that. Score is +10 parry, +10 hit, or -10 when hit. I mean, I guess I could do that. Dual wield chain swords. Mostly just powered. Thunderhammer. Special attack that pushes enemies away. Inflicts bleeding. Eat hammer. Kari weapon. What are you doing? By bolter, didn't we get like a bolter at some point? The Merper. Another bolter one. It's not. Ah, it was heretical. Cherub. Can't equip more than one familiar. I'll be honest, I don't remember when I equipped this. Artificial biomechanical creation of the Magos Biologus Tech Priests. Based on their uploaded doctrines, cherubs can perform various menial tasks for their masters. Herald Servo Skull. Oh my god, I like this one. The Servo Skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner. Got like two Herald options, dude. What does this one look like? Just like a thing with a head. And that will do.
I won't sully myself with that.
We'll do the baby. Stun grenade. I need to use grenades more often, to be honest. Fire grenade. Force grenade. Frag out. Oh. Guess I probably never equipped it because of that dogmatic thing. Who needs fellowship? I think he actually. Way too good. We'll give it to you. Alright. Can we save here? We've gotten, I don't know, about an hour. Oh, schedule. Alright, there we go. Boop. Gotta end it here for tonight.